kind of don't have a whatchamacallit, kind of don't have a eraser. I need to go find an eraser. Let's see here. Okay, let's go find an eraser. I'll be right back. I ran out of all my erasers, which makes no sense. Here we go. Interesting. Did I used to use these pencils? Oh, I guess I did. These are pretty well worn. I guess I used to use these pencils a lot, but these things are nice. Erasers up in there. Okay, let's see here. It's working. Is music on? Yeah, I guess we should maybe try something else. I think I'm gonna try another. I might try another word. Okay. Maybe we might. I guess we could maybe go for 2, right? Oops. I don't know what I'm looking at. I'm doing light blue. Okay, let's try a different word. Uh-oh. Darn it, I think I messed this up. I always say that though. Oh. Maybe not. Maybe not. It's kind of nice because I've kind of done some of these letters before, so not as. Though I don't like that. I should have not done. It's kind of. Oh well, this is the first go at it. Oops, why did I do that? Oh, darn it, I freaking messed that up. Interesting. This is the first one I've ever done of these letters, so pretty interesting. I think this is I mean, this one I'm always gonna remember, like, for sure. Like, it's definitely, I guess this is like the first one I've ever done of these letters. I'm wondering, like, how do I push this out? How should I push this out? No, for some reason my camera's been, I like looked at the camera and like stopped. Hmm. Let's see here. What other color? Green. Maybe a light green. Actually, maybe a blue. We will use a dark blue. Just gonna want it simple.
We don't have that much to talk about when the subject turns to love nowadays, baby. Whatever's wrong, we've got to work it out. 'Cause I can't see me living without you. When we're like this, I get weak, and I can't think of anything. When we're like this, I get weak.
What is this?
And I can't think of anything. When we're like this, I get weak.
New song. don't like the ones with lyrics as much. Or I guess it depends on like what I'm drawing to. I'm really digging these colors though. Dude, those colors look freaking fresh, man. Well, maybe it's just me, but those things pop, man. Yeah, dude, this one's like an interesting one because I've never done these letters before. Might be the thumbnail for the stream. I messed up some parts. I didn't like this part right here. I like and this thing right here. I messed that thing up too. I also don't like this right here. I messed this entire thing up right here. I do like this though. I do like this this lead in right here. And all of them are connected, so it connects right here, connects right up in here, connects through up in here, connects right there up in there. Kinda wish I made that one connect right up in there. That would be cool. Yeah, I think these are good warm-ups, man. Good warm-ups. See how the audio is. Oh shit. Hopefully it's not super loud. I should have checked the audio before I started drawing and stuff. Oh yeah, the audio's... Oh, darn it. Darn it, the music's really loud. Apologize about that. For some reason my camera keeps like stopping. I don't know why. It's like laggy too. It's really weird. I wonder if am I just overheating? I could like zoom it in. If I turn it off, like, is it still working like that? Maybe it's because I had my phone on. Also right by this light. Maybe that's what's bad about it. I'm probably not going to be able to stream like this in the summer. It's going to be too hot. Okay, I kind of wanted to get more into like some like more raw, I mean, I'm still going to do like the armored character stuff. I mean, maybe, I don't know, I just want to... The thing is, since I've been streaming, I've been kind of like feeling that I need to like I need to do a single, you know, finished piece, a stream or whatever. When in fact I used to be a lot more like gestural, where I would kind of do a bunch of gestures and in some degree whichever ones were the ones that worked, because I feel like right now what's starting to happen is that doing the thumbnails, which is good, it's good to do the thumbnails, but it's like I'm being so concrete of just that thumbnail, you know, whereas like, you know, when I was drawing without me even recording anything and just drawing for my own fun or whatever, I'd be a lot more, I'd be messing around a lot more. I'd be like doing a lot more gesture work and that stuff. I didn't like the gesture, I'd move on, do something else, try another gesture, keep going. Whereas the stream's been kind of making me. I guess it might be because of these things too. Because like I keep like these things are kind of good because like you have to kind of go with your mess ups. You kind of have to like keep going. So maybe like I'm kind of getting a bit more into that mindset. I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about. Just gonna draw, I guess. Ugh. Kind of wanted to do like some more raw stuff, you know, just like more like raw, like people in loincloths and nude chicks and stuff like that, man. So we're gonna. I kind of want to like get like Frazetta-y, you know. See, why does my camera keep stopping? It's weird. Like my camera keeps like. My phone keeps like disconnecting. Why it's like that? It's because of the internet. Maybe it's because I'm down. Oh, that it's showing that. Let's exit out of all this stuff. For some reason, it's really laggy. Some reason it is very laggy. I kind of want to just like, I think that's what I might do. I might just do some gestures, you know. Maybe not so much like, I mean, I don't know. I might do like the thumbnail stuff. I mean, maybe I could even do like some perspective grid. I mean, maybe that's what I should be practicing. Maybe, I don't know. So this we have basically unlimited paper. So I think I should get more into just the gesture stuff, man. I guess it's kind of good maybe to think about a story. What's this?
Quick question for you. What do bad breath and your poop have in common? And did you know that it's related to weight loss?
Put down a playlist and it has some giant animal. It has a giant animal. I shouldn't have music on, honestly. I kind of wish there wasn't a copyright thing. I could just listen to anything I wanted because I'm like having to try and like find stuff that's not on the copyright. I guess we could listen to this. I know this isn't enough, so I can always listen to this. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna do some gestures. I'll just go in with some gestures, maybe, and just see what pops out. Two, three, 5, 5. See, I find it fun just like getting a good gesture and just seeing like if it starts working out. I'm just not planning it at all, just going with it. Darn, I kind of wish there was like some more paper. Darn it, that doesn't work. Doesn't make sense either. That is kind of a cool gesture, man. I'm take it more to the light box and try and just keep experimenting. Maybe you could pull something, maybe figure something out, something new up in here. I kind of messed this entire thing up right up in here. Might actually work though. Oops, not on the. Sort of creature monster thing. Not really digging it though. That's a good thing, is if you don't like it, you don't have to go for it. Makes no sense actually. Trying to get this figure right up in here. I need to just make it littler. Should bring that up over like, oh, you know what, that's what it is. I need to bring this, I need to tilt this, I think. like over here. Something like that. I don't know what I'm drawing. We're gonna just keep trying to maybe capture this. I might use this. I kind of dig that. That was like an interesting. Those are like. I'm trying to catch this monster thing. There's another one I kind of maybe was thinking about, but eh. I'm gonna try and keep it more human-like, I think. I mean, that's another thing I used to do as well. Is I used to just literally just layer after layer after layer. I just, no holds bar. I'd just use as many layers as I want. Not like you can't. I kind of want like this guy kind of like more like hunched over. can get this more on the stream. I'm gonna get this more, maybe if I tilt it down more like this. Or if I just gotta draw it more. I'm like always like drawing like, get it more on the stream. That gesture is pretty good. I actually like this gesture. Yeah, I like this gesture. See how that just grows? It just like, it literally started from this right here into this, that, and then sometimes it's just like you hit it and it works. Sometimes you just got to keep drawing over them. See, the thing about Photoshop is it's way easier because you can just keep doing it. Like, this is basically what people on Photoshop are doing. The only thing about Photoshop is you can just quickly just shrink things in place and stuff. Make it way easier. You could even just make it like so, like way smaller. don't think this is gonna work like that. I like that gesture. I'm gonna have to maybe. Let's just see.
My name is Stéphanie Roulet and I'm the Sales and Business Development Director of Minacam.
Done. Well, that could actually be a sword, and this could be the shield. You know what? If they don't work, it's okay. It's not like I have to flesh it out. Just keep moving on. It kind of doesn't make sense that it, maybe. I'll just make this just a gesture. Fighting the giants. And the multifigural stuff's hard. Maybe I need to do a re-up on my perspective stuff because like I've been messing a lot of the perspective stuff up, man. I might have to just do a re-up on that stuff. We might have to do a re-up on the perspective. I know, I'm putting it off. I just kind of want to see like maybe just doing just a bunch of these. Just doing a bunch of gestures now. Thinking that's what I might do because I kind of don't even want to like finish this one out. I kind of want to see like what else, like just spur the moment, you know, like what else can. Ugh. Where is? I guess I wonder if I can like just turn off the if I could just turn off the audio on my computer and I could just like watch stuff. And just put on like a documentary or something. I'm just gonna do a bunch of just gestures. I think I want to do a bunch of gestures. Put some music on though. Let's see here. I guess I don't need music to be honest. Like, it's not like I have to listen to music. Oh. Yeah, I'm just gonna, I need to just have some days where I just go in and just do a bunch of gesture work. I've been doing so much of the single character stuff that Oh no, after doing some of that multifigural stuff, it's kind of interesting. The thing about the multifigural stuff is like once I get into it, it's like I don't know, it's just I mean I guess it's just the perspective. I just need to I don't know, do like people always do this perspective grid when they're doing multifigural work? Is that always just a rule of thumb? I honestly haven't really um I guess I could just look it up, like multifigural stuff. Or do they just kind of just place the figures down randomly? I mean, let's see. Maybe I'll do like a re-up on my perspective. Let's see here, because I have drawn, like I do have a lot of like notes that I've just already studied and stuff, but maybe that will re-up on my like multifigural stuff. Maybe like if I do the do the perspective work again. So I think I might do that for the stream. So I might have a good old perspective course, which I have my notes. I've already drawn all this stuff. I'm just gonna literally use my own notes as reference. Okay, let's see here. So from cone of vision is 60 degrees. Go out to 90. Okay, so yeah, field of view, crop perspective. Okay, so we'll just start off. The one problem I don't like about the perspective grid is sometimes when I do it, my my gesture just doesn't work, man, you know? Does that happen to anybody else? It's like then I start trying to do the gesture on it and then it doesn't work and then like it gets really stiff. I'm just doing some base warm-ups. I honestly need to get back. I mean, I guess if I'm going to try and do the multifigural stuff, probably going to have to learn this stuff. I'm going to have to get this stuff down again. These are just all vanishing points. And we can have, so from this I know we could do we can layer camera, our field of view, and this will be our crop and aspect ratio. So from this we can put a picture plane within it. And just figure things out from these 2 points. You know, just anything. Okay. 2 squares. I mean, we could even make those 2 squares somewhat the same size. So you can build so many things from this, you know? So yeah, I'm just kidding. These are just warm ups. We're just warming up again. I need to, kind of. That's the problem because I do remember I did try and learn all this stuff, and then like I don't know. It's like all the stuff I tried to place within this kind of stuff, it got really stiff. Okay, yeah, I forgot that there's also the plane where from this square. Let's do that. We can do a grid layout. So say like you were doing architecture and there was like a room over here, a room over here. Now if there was a door right here, we could take a flat architecture thing and then figure out the points within here. So we'll just say that this is but this is like architect. Well, this is just like the 2-point perspective stuff. But this is this is just a warm up. So figuring out. So this is a little bit further up. We can push this and make this work in perspective now. We have a door right there, so we'll just draw. Right here. Maybe this is a 2-story house or something like that. So maybe the second level will be something else. Maybe the second level will have like I don't know, a bed right here. Bed on that side, and then a TV right there, and a chair right there. So can we build this in perspective? I think we can. So we'll just do it like that. A little off. Actually, we might not even be able to square up in here, huh? This will be the edge of the bed. So a little post up in there. We have a chair right there. And then we have, I don't know what that would be, but maybe at the top there's a little light. So if we split this square in half, split that one in half, we could put a circle right there. Draw a light. So this is some sort of 2-story house. Oh yeah, I forgot. There's a way. Okay, yeah, that's the way. So we split this square in half. Okay, now I'm kind of remembering it. It's been a while. It's okay. So we split this square in half. We split that one down into perspective. And then we can make a triangle, right? I know there's. I actually think I got that wrong. I did get that wrong. Now it's warped out. Something like that. I have it all in some notes I have right now. Little notes. I drew like a. I went into Barnes Noble and I was trying to study perspective for a bit. I forgot what book it was from, but some perspective book. But you see what I'm doing is I'm looking over my own notes that I've drawn of someone else's perspective notes. So. Okay, so second point would be schematic perspective. We have high level, we have low level, we have mid. Okay, so from our crop and aspect ratio, which we will say will be maybe the green pencil. Actually, maybe this really bright green pencil. This bright green pencil will be a crop aspect ratio. And we're just gonna, and this will be a high perspective, or maybe I shouldn't do it really with the green pencil. So this would be our crop and aspect ratio of this image. We know that this is the horizon line of this basically the field of view. Supposedly the field of view is 60 to 90 degrees, which that doesn't make any sense really, but why did I draw that? Some of my notes are a little weird. Oh. I guess it's also the other problem is I keep just drawing squares. Oh well, this is just gonna be just practice right now. It's just practice. I should, that's the other thing. I've been kind of afraid just to practice on stream when I shouldn't be. It's like it's good to practice. Can we make this? Let's make it into a wall. Kind of looks like a wall. That's gonna be, there's gonna be another layer to this, so. This. Maybe there'll be like a building. It'll be a huge building. I guess that could just be a little gate. So, this is the stuff that I didn't really want to get into again. So that's the other problem. Is that I think a lot of my notes are kind of not towards figural stuff. Oh well. I think it'll be good. It'll be good anyway. Mm-hmm. Oops, I think those should actually be pointing over that direction. Yeah. Oops. I got that wrong. Oh well. I did get that wrong. Dude on a horse. Something like that. This is actually a problem because I don't think a lot of people that do multi-figural work, I don't even think they even really think about the perspective grid that much. It doesn't seem like they do when they start off. Or maybe they do and they don't say that they do. Okay, I remember that there's also offset. There's also the offset thing. I've kind of forgotten about this. This is kind of a weird one. Okay, so there's always like this one. That can be offset within there. Okay, yeah, that's what it is. That's okay. Okay. This. We can offset something in here. Do another square. And then the thing is that if it's offset, we know that that is the horizon line, and so we can build it from that. If it's offset on something, right? Is that what it is? something like that. So if we have a square behind it, just confuse myself. Oh man, I'm bad at. I'll just say right off the bat, man, I am really, really bad at perspective stuff. So I honestly need to like really delve more into it. I really like the gesture stuff more. You know, I'm more of like. But I think the thing is that once you, maybe I just need to re up on this stuff. I kind of feel like every time I do this perspective stuff, it kind of like there's a lot of illustrations where I'm just like not even doing any of this stuff. You know, like because this is kind of more akin to like architecture or something like that. I don't know. I know there's always a use. There's always a use for it because from the perspective, you can also figure out light sources and stuff. So maybe that's what I had to do. Maybe this is what I need to do. Okay, so there was mid-level camera view. Makes sense. So what you just draw? Okay, maybe let's see. Maybe if I draw a figure within here. Okay, so from this figure we can figure out other figures. Okay, yeah. So from this, oh wait, that should actually be pointing down like that. Like that. Yeah, I'm getting all this wrong. We are getting this stuff wrong. Let's see, how do I guess I could look up some other stuff. I mean, I know Andrew Loomis does have a whole thing on like the perspective stuff. Okay, so from the offset one, let's see if we can figure out something. Okay, let's see here. So we can figure out that this is a figure, base roughly. So we can maybe figure out these points and put them in here. I'm trying to figure out how we do it like figurally. So let's see here. So this is definitely a really foreshortened thing. I'm not even doing that right, I don't think. Oh, that makes no sense. Oh my goodness. Oh well. We gotta make mistakes, so. See, I'm trying to figure out how do you get this. How would you put another figure in here and it match correlated with this one? I don't know how to do that actually. Because I'm always just guessing, you know? So that's definitely another problem like that I need to figure out. It's how do you correlate there? I know there's a way you can like I know like the simple way of like having that go into a circle and you're like, okay, well, or maybe is that how you would do it? So from this circle, you know that that's the radius, and then you bring that radius out and you match it up in here, something like that. See, I'm getting this wrong. So this is definitely something I need to learn because I don't know what I'm doing right here. Well, I guess okay. So maybe if we push this one out and then we mark the okay, maybe that's what it is. Okay, yeah, that's another one. So from this we can get our proportions or something like that. I'm just kind of it's kind of weird because the book didn't cover this stuff. So like I'm trying to figure out like and then from these proportions we can take this, right, and just push it up in here. It's really confusing. And this is the other problem is that it makes my when I started doing this, I know it started like stiffening a lot of my drawings up because then I started like thinking too much about like the perspective stuff. So that's the other issue I am uncovering. Let's just, I guess, continue to, let's just mess around up here. So we know we're gonna just place our, there. It's gonna be a midpoint perspective. Let's see how I can figure out how to put a figure up in here. I mean, see, so the thing is that I get confused because, you know, if I were to just do a gesture within here, okay, so maybe point that one right there. Okay, so we figured out this right here. Okay, so from this, I know from this one we can do the proportion grid. So the proportion grid, but this is just so simple for, okay, so say like, so we take our head and we go down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 7.5. So from this, we know that we can take this and bring it into perspective over here. The problem is when you, or wait, I guess that would be it, right? Huh. Right, I'm like confusing myself. This is the problem that I have with like the perspective stuff. Okay, so since we know that that is the head proportion, let's try and figure out how to draw the figure right here. Okay, so we have that guy in the back. Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, so how would we draw this same proportion, but how would you place that in the foreground? I know there's a way we could do this, right? That's actually something I do not know how to do. How do you measure out this right here? You're like, okay, well, from this, I mean, I know we could just go like, just say there's a foreground figure like right there. I mean, what could you just place just any, would this be any shape then? Because like imagine like I did the square right here like this big. We place it in the perspective of here. And this would be the head. Would that work? Or would that be wonky? Does that make any sense? I don't think that works. Because that would just be like a random like size, you know, like it would that, I don't know if that would correlate with this guy in the back right there. So a lot of stuff like I need to learn actually. Okay, so what about we What if we just did a giant figure right here? Okay, so we know that's that proportion. It doesn't make any sense though. See, that would just be totally like wonky. This is the problem. See, because then this thing would just be ridiculously huge. That figure. See, this is the problem I'm having with using the perspective grid. Is I don't know how to figure out how to get the same size correlated with this same figure right here. I mean, what if I were that work if I just did it like that? Oh, wait. I think maybe if we were to push the line right here, bring that up as a line, figure out that point. Okay, so that would be in the foreground. So then you would know that this would be up. And you'd know that there'd be no? Well, that wouldn't work at all. Because this is just a bunch of figures right in here. Like now if I were to just like, but it makes no sense. All these figures are different sizes. I have to search that stuff up. I guess I could just bring up some Andrew Loomis and see what he has to say. Maybe I could figure something out. Oh, you know what? Actually, I think I somewhat kind of remember something. Okay, so what about we do it like this? If it was a plane. Okay, so if we did this in a giant plane, maybe that's how you would do it. So, like, that way you could even, like, go in, so say this was the perspective, the horizon line, and we make this a giant plane, and then make this another giant plane that goes all the way back into space. So within this plane right here, maybe we could figure out like the would that work? Because then you would know, okay, yeah, maybe maybe that's how they're doing it. So you can tell this is like I'm struggling hard with this stuff, man. I don't know what I'm doing. Because like the stuff that I was like looking at, it was like more like for like how to draw houses and stuff like that. It wasn't for figures, so and the other thing was is that it would be very like uniform. So when they did the perspective, like they would have like, you know, the same thing, like, because I understand this one. I understand like how to get a figure in that same. Okay, see, let's see here. I think there would be a way. So say we had this as a giant plane right here, a plane of space that would be right here. That is a giant plane of space. We know if this plane of space is the size correlated with this first figure right here, I think then we could figure out how to place a figure in that any point in this plane, because we know that since this is supposed to be the same points right here of the head, you know, of that, I think we can in turn something like that. It's hard. I don't know. I know there's information to find. I don't know. It would be like multi-figure. I know Andrew Lemus probably covers this, honestly. I probably does cover this. It's hard. It's I guess even just some comic book stuff would probably be covering this kind of stuff. Okay, so now this is interesting. So what if we took this plane in here? Well, what happens if we have another plane coming out like this? You know, what would that do? Oops. This plane over here. This is just so weird. And what if you were to draw like little figures up in here? I mean, would that be the same correlation? That doesn't make any sense. Okay, let's see. Can we draw a figure up in here? Okay, yeah. So from this one, we can figure out this figure because we know that would be the same size correlating to going down from there. There. End of the pelvis, just over there. End of the kneecap, right over there. End of his feet would be right here. Okay, maybe that's how they're figuring it out. It's because I place this figure back that way, and that way, okay, yeah, maybe that's how they're doing it. Because I took this figure, and with this one, you can't figure it out. You can only figure it out from this green plane right here. But what I did is I figured that one out, and then maybe instead of drawing the figure, they draw the proportion grid right here where you want the next figure to be, and you could figure out if this was correlated over here, you bring it back down and it'll be the same size. So you could even do it over here. So say I wanted a figure, we'll just do that as another rough example over here, and I wanted a figure right in that middle point right there, or actually we'll have a figure right there from that little point over there. So we could take this, bring it back down to that this vanishing point, and we could figure out that Would that actually work? Okay, so that would be a really, really small circle. I mean, that's like, it won't even, you know, that's if I want to figure right there. Okay, so I think this is starting to go somewhere now. I feel like I'm almost hitting something that they didn't cover in the book. The only problem is like, And then I guess from when they figure this out, you can take a viewpoint from the crop and aspect ratio. Maybe you can crop it then, and then crop it in. Say I wanted it cropped right here. We could crop it like this as a frame of, like a frame. Holy Toledo! Is that how they do it? Did I figure something out? I think that's how they're doing it. Oh yes, that's how they must be doing it. Because now this is correlated over there and this one's correlated over there. Something like that. I don't know, that was really trippy. I think that's how they're doing it. I don't know. I know Andrew Loomis covers this stuff. I know Andrew Loomis even covers, I think he even went so far as to how to draw figures on a staircase. Like, how do you draw figures the same size correlated with this one figure? How do you draw that on a staircase? Now that is hard. That's definitely a big that's a pretty major problem to tackle. But I know Andrew Loomis does it because I kind of remember seeing that in his book. But what's crazy is even from this one right here, if we were to do a little thumbnail, so we could even do like this one, and we could even go back in. It's like playing The Sims or something like that. It's kind of crazy. So we can figure out these proportions up in here, like that. If you know your major proportions, of the figure, and then if you wanted to place a figure back here, so say I wanted to place a figure right there. I can't. I would have to. You can't do it from this point of. You can't take that and take that to the vanishing point. So what you'd have to do is you'd have to take these proportions, bring it over here. So you figure out that this is the line of where you want it. So you know that that's over there. So you bring this down. Now you have this frame of these proportions, this proportion thing right here. And so you then go over here and then boom. You have the first level of that next proportion thing. I got that wrong, but like I think that is how they're doing it. It's really confusing, but so these figures are going up. These ones are going down, and then these are the vanishing points. Huh. I think that's how they're doing it. But then the one problem I have with all this stuff is that when I try to implement the same thing into, say, like a gestural work, like say the gesture we did earlier, right in the beginning of the stream. Maybe that's what I could do. How do we take this gestural work that we did in the beginning of the stream? How do we place that within the perspective grid? Let's figure it out. Let's try and really figure this out. Or I'm going to try and figure it out. So from this one, we can tell maybe that this is going to be not a from this. I threw it away. Oh well. It's not a top horizon line. It's probably going to be maybe even be a high point. Would that be maybe a? That's the other thing we didn't cover. We didn't cover the high point perspective. And there's also the 3-point perspective I didn't cover. Where are those notes? Huh. Where are my notes? I remember I drew all this stuff down. Okay, yeah. Okay, here we go. So this is the 3-point perspective. Would that be 3-point or would that be 2-point? I actually kind of forgot about the 3-point perspective. That's the one where you can like warp things, right? Is that how it is? Let's do a little. The 3-point I think gets kind of confusing because I know. Okay, so if we were to do a 3-point grid system, actually let's do it from the top right there. So this is the main vanishing point, right? Something like that. Stuff's kind of weird. I apologize. I'm really bad at perspective. I'm just trying to like re-up on my so that goes up like that. This goes up like that. If we were to draw a square right there, that goes to that point. This goes to that point. This one goes to that point. This one goes to that point. This one goes up here to that point. And what's crazy is if you do these boxes, you could even do a 3-point perspective of a figure. So this one goes down to that one. So from this one, we can understand that if a figure is like this, and we know that these are boxes, and that's a circle, and this goes down into a that's in perspective as well right there, and that's his hands. We can even place this figure within this proportion, because so we're going to take this proportion, since we know that this is the proportion grid of this figure, we can place this same figure within this square. Something like that. Yeah, so let's try it out. So we would cut this square in half, place the head right there. One chest would be protruding out. And we have the next square, which is the pelvis. And those actually have to go down that way. It kind of doesn't make any sense, but I'm actually going to have to push this out. Is that? I don't know. I would really take, if you're whoever's watching this, if whoever's watching this later, please take my word. Don't even probably look. If you want to learn the perspective stuff more fluidly, look up the Andrew Loomis stuff. That's definitely what I'm going to be looking at after this. I'm probably going to. But I don't know. When I tried to study, I remember when I was younger and I tried to study the Andrew Loomis perspective stuff. It was really, really confusing. I haven't looked at it since I have tried to learn this stuff, but I do remember when I did try and learn it, it was like super, super confusing. I think the other confusing part, what I think, is just like trying to figure out, because a lot of people, when they do the perspective grid, they always have it into the same, into the vanishing point. But the thing is that a square in space can be shifted. It can be shifted out and back, and And so it's not, because sometimes I feel like that's what makes a lot of the perspective stuff really stiff, is because they're doing it in the vanishing points when a square could be totally shifted and turned and twisted. And that's a problem I have too. So that's kind of what I'm trying to figure out, how to, how to not have that happen to me. But I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about, really. I'm pretty clueless with this stuff. I feel like this stuff just makes it way too complicated. Whereas like I'm kind of used to, like, like Glenn Vilppu, where he's like really about not even doing the perspective stuff. He's just all about just feeling it out just from that line of action, and then placing that line of action, and then just building a figure from that. Which that's how I've always done it. The only problem is Glenn Vilppu never went into multi-figural work from mind. And that is the crux of my own battle. That's what we're trying to figure out. Okay, so we now have another 3-point perspective box. Actually, this one needs to go. And can we place another figure in here? See, it's kind of weird because the pelvis goes up with the 3-point perspective. So like, okay, so this, we cut that box at the top. We know that that would be the head. The second box would be the torso. The third box is going to be even more splayed out because it's the 3-point. And we got to remember that that goes down that way. Something like that. I'm wondering, does that work? If anybody has some tips, it'd be very nice to know. This stuff's hard. I think it's hard. Some people are really good at it. Like, they're really, really like keen at the perspective stuff. See, I'm wondering, can we just place another box up in here? I guess we can. I kind of like doing it like the big, wait, I don't think the 3 points to perspective, I don't think you're supposed to pass this horizon line. I don't know though. I could be wrong. See, it's like a warp. We have entered the warp drive. Everybody, this looks like they're just like getting warped into like a portal. It's like whoosh. That's what it reminds me of. What if this was just a head? Maybe that's why I should just do weird random shapes. Just put like a random like figures, and then just don't even like figure out the perspective stuff, and just put or proportion stuff. I don't know. Let's do some more. I think we have maybe entered into kind of a zone. Okay, so we have our horizon line, we have our 2 vanishing points. I kind of liked the we're not going to do a 3 point perspective. That stuff is all weird. When would you use a 3 point perspective? That's like when maybe if it was just a giant figure. I mean, that's the other thing. That could be done as well. I mean, a giant figure and you're looking up. But you can also do the 3 point perspective going down. So that gets confusing too. I think that's also a big part is like what kind of shot do you want to get? So that's also like maybe a good one to think about. Maybe that's like what they are thinking about in the beginning. They're thinking about okay, so we're or I guess maybe even not because they could even be just thinking about it as like the big planes like we were doing. So let's try and do that. So let's do just a giant plane in space. Those are actually wrong. That's supposed to go to that point. We're going to do a giant plane in space. This is a square. We're going to split the square in half again, really lightly because this is in the background now. Did I get that right? See, sometimes this gets a little confusing up in here. This is confusing. Let's see here. Got something wrong. I need to redo this. See, I mess things up all the time, man. Like perspective is so hard. All right, let's redo this. I got something wrong. Because there's also like something with like the field of view, and I don't know. I remember reading up on it something, but I know there's like a field of view, and if you take one of your lines and take it out of the field of view, it can mess up the like a bunch of the perspective or something. I think that's what might have happened on that. We're gonna just place this is okay. So this right here, I'm gonna try and have that as the proportion grid for the figure. Kind of like it's just like another one like I did earlier. But this one's gonna instead of going down or looking down, this is gonna be mid-level. A mid-level horizon. Okay, so we have that. We have this side. We're gonna make this a giant square like we did the last one. I think for the background, I think I'm gonna do it with another color. I'm gonna do it green, just so I can make sure that I know that that's the back. This still doesn't make sense. Oh. Why is this so confusing? Work this one out. Okay, we got this plane. Now let's see if we can make the other plane. Oops. Okay, that was a little weird to figure out. We figured out this giant space. It's like a level in a game. We have figured out the level. So from this level, let's see if we can figure some stuff out. We're going to place a figure in this line right here. We got our head. We got our torso. We have the pelvis. Let's just see. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, yeah. Very stiff for a while. Okay, so we have this figure that we've placed within this giant space that we've marked off this space area. Now, say I wanted to draw a figure right in this point right here. The problem about having a figure right at that point, see, I know we could draw a figure in that same line right here, because all you do is just mark out the proportions down. The problem about drawing a figure at this crooked point where it's pushed in is that we have to do it like 2 times. So we have to push this one down. We have to figure out these major proportions. So we have that, we have the torso, we have the pelvis. Probably do this in a different. It would be so much better on Photoshop. Oh well. Because Photoshop, you could just like do it with different colors and have it all organized. You could do it on separate layers. Dude, it'd be so much easier. Anyway. So, okay, so we want the figure right at this point. So we figure out that this is the line. So we draw a line across. And so we figured out that this is where this point is relative to this proportion over here. So we follow this line, we mark it right here, we draw another line right there, and so then we know that this would be the proportion for this. So we have the head, torso, pelvis, the legs. Okay, so we have it right there. Very faintly, but that's basically what it is. Now, I think we can take this proportion. Now we make lines up over here, which doesn't make any sense at all, but that's, I think, how they're doing it. I don't know. So what they do, or actually what I am doing, I don't know if this is what they do, because I'm just experimenting right now, trying to figure out how they do multiple figures. So if you're tuning in, this is the problem that I've been encountering, and I haven't seen too many people. I guess I don't know. I know Andrew Loomis actually probably goes over it, but I'm trying to. The problem that I'm encountering doing the perspective with multiple figures is that when I do multiple figures, it's hard to get the multiple figures the same correlation of one figure in, like, say like I had this figure and I wanted this exact same figure size or relative, in some degree to this size, but I wanted it off shifted in the back or way in the back, or like up here or sideways. How do you make this size relative to where it's placed in space? That is the hard part, I think. I think it's hard, I don't know. But I think I kind of figured something out. So what I've tried to do is I placed the figure, figured out these proportions, pushed those proportions down, And then since if we go back, this is kind of where I wanted the figure right here, and this little red dot, and it's kind of like playing, I don't know, like what would be akin to this? I don't know what it'd be akin to. So from here, we figured out we push those ones back into this vanishing point. Now I think what we can do is we can correlate this size right here, push it straight, so we know that if we make that a straight line, we know that that should be roughly, I think, the same perspective, or that we're like the same proportion anyway, of where that figure would be relative in space if someone were to say, I want a figure right there, the same correlated size of that. But because, oh, wait a minute. Oh, you could figure it out that way. I think all you had to do is you just have to oh, yeah. Crazy, because look at that. Maybe you just have to push this line down to this. Okay, yeah. Very interesting. So there's actually, that would make it so much easier. So I guess you could place this, you can make any line go down to the horizon line and place a figure in there. Huh. That's really, really weird. I didn't even know that. This is kind of tripping me out. This stuff is trippy, man. I don't even know. So let's see here. I mean, I don't know. Very interesting. So if wait a minute. So if we could cut this down into a line like that. This is where Photoshop prevails. It's because you could just, you could do so much more on it. Oh well. We're doing it the old school way. Okay. So now we have we're populating this space of this little thing. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 4 figures in here. They're not doing anything. I mean, it's very stiff. And this is also the problem is when I start doing the perspective stuff, my figures get very, very stiff. I think it's a problem for a lot of people, actually. Let's try another one. I mean, and then from this one too, we can even like, I don't know. Okay, so there's the sphere. What's it called? There is a cone of vision from the vanishing points. I know. Then the cone of vision, it's a circle. I think. I don't know if it's at the vanishing points. It actually might be at the vanishing. I think it actually might be at the vanishing points. So there's a circle. If we do this, this is the cone of vision, supposedly. I actually got that wrong. It's something like that. There's a cone of vision. From the human eye, there is I think they say it's 60 degrees, 60 or 90 degrees of vision. This is the cone of vision. So if you make a perspective line, say I did a perspective line out here, like out here, right here, everything I think is going to get warped and it's going to look funky. See how I did that? So say like I did that, everything outside of the cone of vision gets the perspective starts falling apart. Something like that. So from here we can We could even place another figure right up in here. I wonder, could you drop that down? So now I'm kind of figuring, how would you draw a figure laying down? The same. How would you draw a figure laying down the same proportion as this main figure right here? Would you arc this down? I think that's what you would do. You would take you would arc this right here, arc that down, right? Arc that down. Now this one I don't know for sure. This one's a wild card right here. I don't know if this is actually right. Something like that. And then, okay, so from that one, we know, I think this is what they might be doing. I don't know for sure. But then I know that there is the crop and aspect ratio. So maybe they play out this kind of a scene like this, and then they crop it, and then they go like with, say, I'll do it with green. Say they wanted maybe like just the tip of his head. So they'd crop this picture. Say this was the actual drawing now, or like the camera view or something. You know, then they do the crop and aspect ratio of this. And I think that's how you would figure out, and you could change this any size you want and move it as long as it's not outside of this sphere or whatever, I think. Something like that. So it's really confusing. The only problem is that when I try and do it, it's like it just doesn't work out. Like I could say I know all this stuff, but then when I actually try and go for something like a drawing, I never think about this stuff. That's kind of the problem. Now there is a point where I know there is something with the, once you learn the perspective grids and stuff, you can take any object, and you can figure out how to draw it in any angle, which is kind of crazy. So, I mean, maybe we could even do that as an example for this drawing. Maybe something like that. What other stuff would be good that I need to cover? Okay, so we have this one. That warm up anyway. Let's do some more. Let's do some more. Okay, horizon line. We know that these are the vanishing points. We will draw a figure right here. That line. this will be the line of action. The line of action is basically the spine. So we can curve the spine because the spine's never just fully straight. And I actually think we can actually almost just go off on this. We don't really have to really think too much about the perspective, I think, too much right now. Actually, no, because I think that actually would be... See, this is why I don't like doing the perspective stuff, because then my figures get really, really stiff. Let's do a little bird or something. Okay. Bummer. Shoulder pads. You don't want to draw something, you just put shoulder pads on everything. Okay, let's see. Let's draw another figure up in here. So I think we could even just push this down if we wanted a figure right here or right there. Instead of doing that whole entire thing I was trying, I think wherever you want your figure placed, say I want a figure right here. I think if we just do that. Kind of makes no sense, but we're trying to follow it, I guess. And we'll draw some patches of grass. This is actually one that I had a buddy Ty. He did tell me, like, drawing patches of grass as squares. I do remember, Ty, that you told me that. Okay, so this is going to be the warm up. This is going to be, so how do you take this scene, and we're going to change the perspective of this scene too. And can we draw the same scene in a different perspective? We're quickly going to just draw this dude in. Thinking of the head as a square, and we will do some simple armor. And to not draw as much, we're just going to draw a cape. Maybe that's why so many people just drew capes. It's because it, like, you can really get away with just being like, okay, I'm not going to draw all that stuff. Boom. Boom. Just cover all that stuff. We don't have to draw it. That's probably actually why they started doing that a lot. Okay, so we have the deltoid, the form, we have the hand, we have the raven. pelvis, and the knee, and the calf muscle into foot. We'll draw this. Draw some doodads. This grass. I think that's how Ty used to draw. I know he said something like that. Like draw it as a square or something like that. Which doesn't really make too much sense, to be honest with you. Let's draw this figure. Head. Should have done the line of action, but it's too small. Maybe this will be like a zombie. Actually, no, it won't be a zombie. It'll just be some dude waving. Kind of doesn't make sense. I feel like that perspective is wrong. I wonder if that's even like the thing that they do. You just bring this line down into that. I feel like that's wrong. It feels kind of sketchy. Actually, I don't think that's how they did do. I don't know. Maybe they did, but this shit is confusing me. Be a dude with a shield or something. Got some clouds. Okay, so we have this on this perspective. Let's do it. Let's do another perspective thing. We should do it just as a warm up. See, this figures just look really, really stiff. Okay, let's see if we could do it from a different perspective now. So I'll do, so this, since this is more of like a below eye level perspective, almost like the camera was like right here. Let's do one where the perspective's a high view of the perspective. Let's see what happens. So from this, instead of drawing it up on here, we're going to draw him right here. I'm just trying to follow the same. I think this is a good warm up for sure to do. Only problem is like I feel like it just takes too much time, whereas I guess you just got to mix it up. You got to mix your gestures up, and you got to mix this stuff up. You got to somehow combine them both together. Okay, so we have this. We're looking down at this guy, I guess. Something like that. This guy is kind of just in the middle, so I mean we could just follow this same. See, with Photoshop it's nice because you could just do the line thing and just whoop, whoop, whoop. No worries though. I guess the problem is how do we place this same figure kind of like correlated with this guy? This would just be like right, or actually I think it'd be more over here. Just general perspective, or first general. I don't even think we need to do really the blue pencil on this thing. Okay, so I know that this is the head. I'm gonna follow that one. End of the, okay, yeah. Makes no sense actually. I have gotten this wrong, kinda, I think. Okay, let's do this square thing, square grass. So yeah, you'd see a lot more like grass up in here. You'd see a lot of other stuff on this that you wouldn't have seen over here. I guess, yeah. So this would be this view. I wonder if we could even do this. Well, I think there is a point where we could even do this in 3-point perspective. Do this same scene in 3-point perspective. Let's try that one out next. Okay, so what else is up in here? I guess there was only one patch of grass. Makes no sense. It seems like there's just so much more just open space that you could just, I guess it'd just be grass everywhere. Okay, we don't know how to depict that. Maybe some hills or something. I mean, you can also add things, so maybe we could even add like a caravan or something like that. So let's just add a caravan right here. I'll just draw it as a square. Just going full high fantasy now. This actually, maybe not even a caravan, maybe some sort of, yeah, I guess it would be like sort of wagon or something. There'd be a horse right here. Actually, why would there be a... Or actually, maybe it'd be like a multi-figural thing. Maybe he's like, there's like people guarding. So there'd be like another figure over here. Following this same proportion line over here. And this would be like a sort of caravan. Filled with things. Maybe they looted something. I guess that's a good thing about the perspective grid is because since you have it placed, so since we have it placed right here, we could place it up on here too, and you could just figure out different shots. The only problem is it takes so much longer, I think. Whereas like I like doing the gesture stuff because the gesture stuff is like you can explore more with design, I think. But I guess like maybe that's what they do. I really don't know the process of what they really do. Because it seems like a lot of people that draw like comics and stuff like that, they don't even really, I don't see them really even, well, some of them, I don't even see them really even laying out anything. They just draw. they just draw everything in. They don't do any, like I know even there's some people that don't even draw any of the construction lines. They just go full in. I can't do that. Maybe, I mean, I don't know how they do it. They do it all in their mind. Okay, so from here, if we want to draw this wagon, I see that's the good thing about doing the perspective grid though. Because if you wanted to do a different shot, you could do it on this one too, since you know that this is laid out on kind of like a grid. So if I wanted to draw this wagon, since there's not a wagon on this one, and we added this wagon because we said, oh, okay, well, we wanted to see some more, something more on here. So what we could do, since we know some general things about where this wagon's positioned, like how this wagon is basically as tall, like 2/3 of the shield, we can figure that that's kind of like a good marking point. And we'll just make a square right there. that's like this is actually really trippy about doing like the perspective grid. You can plan things out a bit more. And since there's the other figure right there, let's run this dude up in here. The wagon thing, and there's stuff in the wagon. And then I'm wondering if we could even take this one and put it into 3-point perspective. Like, what will it look like in 3-point perspective? Like, will it even? It has to work because if you have it in the perspective grid, then it should work. Some of these looted items they've pillaged. Okay, so we have the same scene in 2 different perspectives. We've literally moved the horizon line an inch. Look at how much it's changed. Isn't that crazy? This is a trip. This is a trip about perspective. Is that like you can really just start like morphing things. I'm wondering what it would look like in 3-point perspective. We could even figure that out. I think. Oops. I don't know. I kind of don't. The 3-point perspective is confusing. That would be like, how would we place that in 3-point perspective? That would be. We could do top down, or I guess would this almost be the 3-point perspective? I don't know. Maybe 3-point perspective is only for buildings, because I don't really see people doing it for figures. We could even do a really, really low point. So how do we take this and push it into... Okay, so let's see here. So I drew this gesture in the beginning of the string. This is kind of cool. Problem is, honestly, the reason why I wanted to actually get back into the perspective is because if you see these feet, see how I didn't place anything right here? It's because of this one right here. It looks like he's jumping. He probably is jumping. But this is actually what got me. I'm like, man, I should probably be placing the freaking perspective thing because, like, I have it all laid out. But the thing is that I don't know. I see the plane, actually, that it should be in. This is actually the plane I feel like it would be in. But I'm wondering, like, could we take this gesture and now could we do the same thing? Well, we can do the same thing because we're gonna do that next. I'm gonna try and take this gesture and do maybe 2 views of information. I feel like this is what would get you really good at like drawing figures from mind, because it's kind of basically saying that's honestly when you know somebody can draw figures from mind. You tell them, can you draw that same thing in a totally different angle? Like, could you draw this in like a different perspective altogether? Because you can tell if somebody can draw from mind, because the thing is if they're drawing from reference, they're gonna, if you're actually doing it, it's like it's good to draw from reference. I'm not saying you shouldn't draw from reference. The thing is that like sometimes just speed is like what companies and stuff want, and they just want things fast. And you could just could just scroll through a lot of reference and be like, okay, well, I found the exact pose, the exact lighting, and I'm just gonna morph it all together. But yeah, I think sometimes which I used to do that a lot, but lately I've been so influenced by Frank Frazetta and seeing how Frank Frazetta was known for constructing figures from his mind and doing a lot of stuff from imagination. And though a lot of his anatomy people say is wonky and stuff, I think it's still cool. Okay, well, let's see here. Let's see if we could take this gesture and do the same thing with like what we did right here. Which this one's going to be interesting because these are giants, so we can actually kind of guess, because with this one I wanted to have the correlation of the figures being the same size, the same people, but with the giants we can kind of just go off and maybe not have to really, think about the, except for the feet. I think the feet would be the main point, I think. So we'll draw one from lower point of view, which I think that would actually be the one that they would probably pick, I think, if there was one. I guess the other thing is I always draw it on here, so you would actually be... That's the other weird thing about drawing figures. Sometimes, like, depending on the scale of the page, sometimes you even have to think, like, I even think that there was some sort of tool that figure artists used to have, and it would be like this like string thing, and that you could place it outside and just figure out something like that. Okay, so what are we doing here? Let's just have that right there just so people can see what we're trying to do. Okay, there we go. That's better. So I'm trying to get this on here. Okay, what are we doing? We're figuring out how to place this guy up in here. So I guess we would just do the same thing. See, the only problem is these legs of the giant are going to be huge. 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.5. All the way down there. Maybe we can just morph that back into perspective. Would that be warped like that? I don't think it would, but let's try it. See if we can get away with it. See, and then I gotta think. I think it's getting out of the field of view. Is that what it's called? That's why this one looks all wonky. I don't know the actual field of vision. Would that just be a circle from the vanishing points? I think it would be. Maybe let's see this one then. slate. What's this figure doing up in here now? This gets out of the field of vision. Or no. I guess this would work better, huh? I don't know, but this one seemed. I guess this would. Hmm. Yeah, the perspective stuff. I do not like doing the perspective stuff. For some reason, I just don't like this one. I like the gesture one's just so much more powerful. This one just kind of seems more like a. I don't know. I mean, I guess what we could do too is just think that this would be the paper. Maybe figure some more stuff out. I don't know. Let's just do some gestures. I feel like I just get too much into like thinking about that perspective stuff. It just gets like confusing. But I guess I did say I was going to do one more viewpoint. So we'll look after that one. So maybe I should push it even more. Like maybe the line should be like right there instead of a top down. Because this is kind of like more like mid. What would happen if we even push it like even more? It seems like I'm just doing the same thing. like I'm getting something majorly wrong. Is that how would it be? I don't know. Like I think all I did differently was just made that bigger. It didn't really change. I feel like I definitely messed something up right in here. Huh. Yeah, I messed something up within this perspective grid with this gesture. I can't tell what it was. Oh no, let's do it top down. The final one. Let's just mess around. Experiment. Oh, that would be the top. Yeah, okay. So maybe we should try one at the bottom then. Yeah, let's just try a 3-point perspective. Let's see what that does. What is this gonna do? Trying to think of it. Okay, this is one's gonna get confusing. This one's gonna get wonky. Okay, so we're trying to think of this one as a 3-point perspective because these ones, like, it seems like I didn't change anything up in that, but this one I do know we're gonna change some stuff because this one we're gonna push that one up. Okay, so that was the torso. Pelvis, actually, see, that's the problem too, is because the pelvis and the torso are in, they move, they're not just stiff into perspective like that. I think that's what makes the figure drawing so hard in the perspective grid, because like if you see this one, it's very just blocky, just very stiff, like, where it's easy to figure out. But the thing is the figure isn't always like that, because the torso and the pelvis and the head, they all move in different shifting things, so it makes it a bit more weird. To me, anyway, I don't know. I'm just confusing myself. That's his giant foot right there or something. I don't know actually where this one would be. Would this... just be placed right there. Yes, so. I'm getting a lot of this stuff wrong. I didn't place this one at all. I'm just kind of just guessing. That's the problem, is I kind of guessed on this one too in the first one. But there is a way you can lay it out. I'm just rushing now. So looking at all three of these, I don't know. All four of them, I guess. I still just feel I just wasted a bunch of time just trying to do all these other ones when the main gesture one was the one where was. That's the problem, is they get all stiff when I do the perspective thing. Does that happen? I don't know. That happens to me. This one I didn't even use the perspective one, it just flows. The other ones are just like, I just start overthinking things. Yeah, I don't know. It was good experimentation. Oh, blah, blah, blah. Okay, let's see here. I think I'm just gonna do some more gestures. Cause man, the freaking perspective stuff is redonkulous. I'm done with that for now. At least it was a good warm up. I needed to get that just, I guess it's good to kind of figure some of that stuff out. But now I kind of just, I'm wondering if there's a fast way to just place the figure, like, what's a fast way of just figuring out like a perspective grid? Because normally I don't even think about the perspective grid. Like, let's just go back to not thinking about it. Like, let's just go back into just figure construction of just like, just seeing what can we do with those lines of action. Because then when I think about all the perspective stuff, it's just like, man, like, it just gets too complicated, man. I don't know, maybe that's just me. Okay, so we got that figure. Let's see, which one? That's this guy. It's kind of fun just figuring out, okay, how do we What is this gonna be? It could be. Huh. That's kind of interesting. Split that in half. Let's figure out. Okay, that looks like a chick. This already kind of looks. The only reason why I say that is because this pelvis looks just a little bit bigger. Whereas this torso, I don't know. I guess that's just the thing from my figure drawing books that I've learned from is the female always has the bigger pelvis. Okay, let's for childbearing. Let's see here. So let's just quickly 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.5. But also this is gonna be pushed up, so we can kind of draw some breasts. 1, 2. We'll just kind of go with this rhythm line. Draw the oblique. Draw the deltoid into the bicep, which generally has some pretty little biceps. Into the forearm, we have a landmark of the elbow. See, this one I'm not thinking anything about freaking perspective, and doesn't it just works better for me. I don't know. Like I feel like I don't know. I don't know how you guys. I need to look up more stuff on perspective. It always just confuses me. Oh, Nikes. This guy's like, that's all weird. One, two, end of the pec. We have the latissimus dorsi, the lats. That's our hard muscle to get, man. If we can do some pull-ups to get those things. Or, yeah. I guess now we can think of some perspective stuff. Let's see. Oh, this is weird. This is a weird one. I don't even know what I'm doing. I'm just like trying to figure out. How to get these figures. I think that's what I'm gonna try more. I'm just gonna try and just do random freaking lines of action and just seeing how you can just build them up, random lines of action. Whoa, dude, this one's weird. Mess that hand up. Oh well. Oh, she's gonna have like her hands on her neck. Like, ah. Because she just got stabbed or something. Or like, something just happened. She got shot by the devil. In some scriptures it says, the devil shoots fiery arrows. Strange gesture. Yeah. Let's continue. Just do some more like that. Cause that's kind of fun. That's kind of an interesting, interesting thing to try and kind of do. Okay, let's see here. Just do some random ones. Boom. What kind of figures can we make up in here? We got 2 lines. This is kind of like akin to like the graffiti stuff. You just kind of have to go with it, man. You got to go with the forms, man. You just got to create, man. I don't like I've been doing these freaking legs. I don't like them. It's weird. It's like a freaking figure on top. Oh no, I could see what I could do. I could just make it an angel or something. See, this is what I have fun with. I like doing this. The freaking perspective stuff. I don't like that stuff, man. I'll do it. I'll do it, but it's like I don't like it. Oops. You got a sword. You got a loincloth. The deltoid bicep into this leg doesn't seem right. this is supposed to be like a flying figure right here. It doesn't really look like it. Something like that. Makes no sense at all. so, so I'm like, it almost looks like this dude's dancing. No, he's not running. Or I guess maybe he could be running. Yeah. Let's continue. I'm trying to get better at like multi-figural work. That's what I'm really bad at. I am bad. That's why this is the reason why I got into all this perspective stuff right here. It's because I want to do multi-figural. Sure. Let us continue. Let's continue doing the gestures. Okay, I already did this one. Or we can do a bunch of them. Oops. I already spit on paper. Oops. Let's do 3 figures. What is that gonna be like? The 3 figures. Makes no sense. What is this? Oops. This is why you have to take your time because I start messing up. Huh. Trying to think. This one's kind of interesting, but this is where I always mess it up. I actually really like this placement of things, but now everything else I start messing up because I haven't been practicing my anatomy that much as I used to. I used to be like really about the anatomy. Kind of been getting bad at that stuff. Oh, darn it. I totally got that wrong. Oh well. It's a demon. The demon. The demon abounds. Oh my goodness, what am I doing right there? Oh well. She's like, "Arr." This dude's like, I don't know what's going on. See, I don't know. This part's really, really. See, I guess this is when the perspective stuff really starts coming into play because I don't know. I always like mess up like the legs. Like we just make it to where it just doesn't seem like it works. It's either like they're floating. This is the problem. They're just like floating in space. That's the problem. But I love doing the gesture stuff. But they always just all of them. Most of them just seem like they're just random figures just floating in space, really. Let's see what happened to this dude. Alright, he dropped his axe. And this dude's gonna have like. Huh. How. I mean, I guess he could just have a shield. Cross on it. Maybe this arm could be. Or he could have like speared him. So his arm would. Okay, so we got the deltoid. Gotta really get in here. Makes no sense, but he speared this dude. He speared the demon. It gets a little complicated up in here, but that's a very, very complicated area right up in here. Just move along. So we got a bunch of gestures. Got this one. Let's see. Kind of have a theme going. Let's see, are there any correlations to these figures I'm doing? It's also good. Oh, actually, this one. See, this is one I messed up. It was kind of going good, but I always mess them up. Dude, I haven't listened to any music during the stream. That'd be good, actually. Just trying to keep it going. So maybe I should just. You know what? Maybe what I should do is at this point, I should maybe just go in just straight pen. What would happen if I just did that? You know? To where I just had to just do it. That might get a little interesting right there. No way, Joel. Dude, Joel, you're getting gnarly. Yep. Yep. Yeah, dude, Joel's gnarly, bro. It's definitely gnarly. Oh man, that's funny. Let's listen to this. What are you doing, Joel? You know what? I need to start drawing with like reference more. Dude, this is funny. Dude, it almost looks like you're in that setting. That's the craziest shit. Actually, that makes me want to play some FFR. Sorry, I'm watching BMX videos. Maybe I should just keep drawing. I was gonna play some FFR, but I guess I'll just keep. I guess we'll keep drawing. Okay, let's just keep doing some gestures. Let's continue, cause I'm not good at multi-figural work. We are gonna do multi-figures, cause we are going to learn the multi-figure realm. Okay, let's see here. Let's figure out this puzzle. Okay, we got this one. Oops. Got this one. give credit to anybody that does multi-figure work. It's hard, man. It's definitely. We're so used to doing the one figure stuff that like I'm kind of burnt out of it, to be honest with you. Like I'm burnt out of doing the one figure stuff. Like I feel like now it's I don't know. I guess this guy's gonna be holding on to something. I've already kind of drawn it that way. It's like, I'm holding on. That is a weird ass figure, man. It's a strange, strange pose. Okay, so let's see here. There's gonna be a head right here. Oh my goodness. What is this? This is a demon. Some sort of demon. Okay, so there's a head right here. Let's push it this way. Push this down. Just check. 1, 2. The breast. The demons. Let's see here. And I need to like re-up on my studies of legs because like these things have not been working out. I feel like I already got that wrong. The demons. I kind of want to get more raw too with the figures, like, you know, just not be afraid to like draw just more nude figures. Because I always just do armor and stuff. I'm kind of getting burnt out of that stuff, man. And I think just doing. What is wrong with this pencil? It's like all messed up. It's weird. The lead's like all messed up in here. Huh. Okay, let's see here. Got this. This is an interesting gesture right here. Hmm. Trying to think, what would this be? It's gonna be a dude shooting a bow. A demon. Another demon. Oh, that's weird. This line almost like. So I know like their hand is supposed to be by their ear. That's all I kind of remember about this pose. Oh, that's brutal. Just demons everywhere. Oh, wait. Oops. And then this guy, this one is gonna be an angel. Dude, this freaking this gesture right here, this one's gnarly, man. I like this. This one's a very interesting one, man. Very like, see, I feel like if I did the perspective grid, never come up with this. So, I don't know. So this is gonna be an angel. Oh darn it, I kind of messed it up already. Or actually, you know what? I'm just gonna make it as something like, man, I always mess everything up. Darn it. Just draw another figure down up in here too. Maybe that perspective stuff did help me out. He's gonna be like grabbing this demon. It's gonna be weird. Let's make it weird. There's gonna be just like ah! I guess this dude would be like a battle guy, just like trying to dive in there, just whoosh. But I messed that one up, so and that's what would happen. Let's continue. These are kind of fun. Just like seeing what pops out, just with the scribbles. Like literally, that's all. Like that's the thing is you could just like. Whoosh, so what can we make of this? Some dead dude. It's a dead dude. I guess this would be like. No, what would this be? How do I make this figure like dynamic? Maybe this would just be him. I guess, okay, let's see here. He just got stabbed. My heart. And kind of don't want to do these ones over here. These ones don't make sense, but this one could actually, like, it's not like I have to draw them. Like that. I guess maybe these ones would be the antagonists. Just more demons, I guess. The demons. They're everywhere. This is just gesture day, man. Oh, we're doing what? I feel like I gotta just. I don't know. I was working out today, man. I guess because I'm doing the multifigural stuff. Good at that stuff. Basically, I've done everything I'm not good at today. Do 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 do. You know what? Let's see here. I'm gonna open up. Let's see. How does Andrew Loomis does his perspective? Maybe I should just like. I kind of feel like maybe I should just like do bunches of gestures and just building them up later on. See if I can build them up anyway. Kind of wanted to see if I could just go straight into ink. This is my old pen. I'm gonna try and see if I can just build things up without having to do the pencil layer. Let's just, I don't care if I mess up. If we mess up, oh well, I'll just draw something else. If we mess up, we will just draw something else. God, I totally messed this one up. Oh well, we're just doodling. I'm try not to take things too serious. Anyway, have fun. For some reason this pen's like really weird. Seems all of them have been doing this lately. Oh, you know what? It's probably because I'm doing it on top of that colored pencil, huh? Yeah, I think that's what it is. Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's what's messing it up. You know what? Maybe I should just practice. Chance to practice this pen. Just messing around. Just messing around, trying not to get. Just trying to just have fun, honestly. Just experimenting with new things today. Nothing too serious. are drawing the headless man. I'm actually kind of digging that pen now. It's kind of weird. It's like when I don't think about using the pen, it kind of starts working out a bit more, but what I feel like. Run around, my head cut off. Oh, I don't know what I'm doing. I really messed this figure up. I guess that's what you do when you mess a figure up? You just drape it with drapery. See, this pen's actually really fun when you're just not being serious. Maybe that's the secret. Because I feel like when I did this like crazy pencil drawing or whatever, like I felt like I needed to like do my best on it. It's kind of fun just going with it, you know? He's a man with his head cut off. Dude, I'm actually digging this pen now. It's so weird. I have never been able to get it to work until I just wasn't serious about it. It's like when I'm not serious, that's when it works. Let's keep going. I wonder what else I could. Oh, another use. That's what I should do. Just do a bunch of freaking gestures and just go in and just try and figure it out, huh? this one's gonna be a little too hard to do, I think. I don't like any of these other gestures, honestly. Maybe we can try this one. Let's see. I always like mess up the board. Do this again. Oh, I forgot that there's an arm right there too. Yeah, see, these ones do not work out. This is why I don't like the pen. Cool. Let's try and figure out more perspective stuff. See, I'm wondering. Okay, let's see. I might actually open up. Let's look at some Andrew limits. What is he doing for perspective? Let's probably. Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe we'll just look at it after. Yes, okay, so that seems like. Kind of seems like he's just doing architecture. Okay, how to establish figures on the ground. Oh, okay. Let's see here. Interesting. Okay, this stuff gets a little complex. Oh, he actually goes into the stuff that I've been messing up with. And it still doesn't make sense how he's doing. Okay, let's see here. Place a figure at any given point. Establish points where figures are desired. Then draw lines from the feet through points to horizon. Then bring line back to point at top of figure. That's what I was doing. Oh, interesting. I finally get it. It's so weird. It's so strange. How did I not used to know that? Very, very weird. I used to not know that. Like, I used to always just, like, look at that and be like, what is he talking about? But now I actually understand what he's talking about now. Okay, so he's placing a horizon line. You know that the figure is at any point over here. One, two, three, four, five. Okay, so what he's saying is that establish points where the figures are desired. Okay. Then draw through lines where the feet. Okay, so I'll just do this as the example because that's what he did. Okay, so through points to the feet. Wait a minute, what is he doing here? Okay, so This goes down into the line. Oh, huh, interesting. Okay, so say I wanted to draw a figure right there. He says, push the through line 2 feet to this one. And I guess you build this figure up. And then what's weird is then trust this one like that. Huh. Very strange. Is that how you do it? Like something's wrong. I wish he would have went more into it, huh? There's really not, he didn't really go into it that much. He just drew this and just was like, okay, you have it now. I guess maybe I do. Like, let's see here. Draw some more. Okay, I want to draw a figure right here. Okay. I think it's kind of working out now. A little bit. I'm really bad at it, but I think I'm kind of starting to get it. Kind of wondering, like, can you just place a big plane, like, in space, without really having to put the perspective grid in? I think this is another way you might be able to do it. I don't know. I guess the horizon line is always really important. But I feel like these big planes might really help out too. Maybe placing the big plane within the, you know. Huh. Because that's the thing, is that these planes can be totally different, as well as the figures themselves. Trying to figure out how. Doodling and doodling and doodling. Okay, let's see here. Let's place that right there. Just do quick. I think I went out of the perspective view. Yep, I did, because it's all wonky. Hmm. Hmm. Oops, I think I messed that up. Oh well. Hmm. Dude, that's a trip right there, huh? That's actually what I need to master. I need to master drawing crosses in perspective. So honor it to the Lord. Oops. Honoring this one to you, Lord. This one's gnarly. I've never drawn something like this before. It's crazy. That just trips me out, honestly. That's weird. See, there's still kind of perspective's weird, man. It's a weird one. Okay, yeah, the ground plane. Okay, let's. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay. So I guess there's the other ones too. To practice. Dude, this is so weird. Whoa, dude. Dude, this perspective's just getting strange, man. It's getting weird, dude. It really is, man. It really is. He's like, huh? Dude, that's weird. It's like climbing up the levels, man. Whoa, dude. This is such a trip, man. Holy moly, dude. I guess perspective is kind of cool to like start getting into. It's strange. Let's draw a giant cross up in here. Honoring it to the Lord. Just a giant, giant cross. This one literally trips me out, dude. Like, I'm literally like, what in the world, bro? There you go. dude, man, it's kind of weird. Like, I never really got into perspective stuff, and the reason is because I like doing all these gesture things. But now it's like, how do you get the gestures and the perspective to morph together? That's what I'm trying to figure out. This one's really gnarly though, huh? Okay. That was a good like experimentation studying, re-upping on things that I forgot about. And there's a lot more I need to learn. This is just scratched the surface of what could be done. Anyway, farewell. And you know what it be. Team Elohim. Okay, I'm done with this. Farewell. Farewell.